Hello everyone, this is Shiny Noctowls, and tonight I figured it'd be nice to stream some um, Final Fantasy 14 for you guys. Figured it'd be nice to do. I've been waiting for this patch for a wee while now, and I'm actually playing while it's quite late into the evening, or night rather. But I figured it would be worth doing, Be, something fun to do. Um, yeah, so just want to let you guys know I'm playing this on borderless full screen as well. So if I don't immediately answer the chat, it's not because I'm ignoring anyone, it's just because it just takes some time for me rather to kind of go back and forth since I'm playing on one monitor. So might change the sound effects just a wee smidge. A bit louder than I thought, eh? Okay. Voice is fine. Oh, I think it's alright. Okay. Let me know what you guys think, but okay, we gotta go back to it. Oh wait, is this? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. We gotta go back there. This place. I call it the PSO2 lobby room because to me that's kind of what it is. Um. Okay, what's my? Okay, I'm 7-3. Okay, 735. Okay, can I buy my what is it? My upgrade for my 740 weapon. Let's see, because they usually have to reduce the requirements after a certain amount of time. Yeah, let's definitely get this. This is worth it. 750. Yeah. Well, I appreciate the like, whoever left it. It means a lot to me. Okay. Okay, yeah. Let's put direct hit in. see here. Okay, I gotta go back to the back room. Okay, I'm gonna just lower my monitor a little bit. Good thing my monitor is adjustable, where I can raise it higher or lower if I want to. Okay. Just checking the comments to see if there's anything. Okay. You heading to the back room? Yes. You have a moment. Oh, let me raise it up a little bit. Just you have a moment, Gem. Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Olivia may be lacking the finer details in certain areas. We'd like to lend you a perspective to the conversation. Yeah. It's been a while since I played 14, so that's also why I'm still trying to readjust myself. Sorry to drag. Let me. Yeah. Okay. Nah, that's actually better. Okay. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clear idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. I try my best to voice act. I'm not perfect at it, but I just feel like it gives more life to the words they're saying. First things first then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right, no additional reports have been logged, as far as I know. That's the good news. But the bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The king resolves authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? I know who. Calyx, yep. He lived in the age of the storm surge as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electro technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion to an endless, that he might continue his efforts to the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, exploring treatments for love and sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. By harming the people he's ostensibly trying to help. I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adopting our species through generational succession was outdated. Evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the stimulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversions are only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 registered neo-regulators. This is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless a thousandfold. If we mean to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I failed to uncover even the slightest traces of his activities. Give me a little more time though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. While Galuja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen anytime, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me and Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you too. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those whose movement to Tuliolol. Alphino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as well as we're done. As soon as we're done, but yeah. If I may, I'd like to join Gem's group if you'll have me. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you, I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geold. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx, then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Alright. Every time I go through this place, I not only think of Solution or PSO2 lobby room, but I also think of like Neo Tokyo in a way. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Geold? Jedu. Me, I'm well enough given the circumstances. As the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. But the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life that lead with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx yields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of the citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandrian's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We best not let you down. Now I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it may be better if we split into 2 groups after all. 2 would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Gem and I will take the east. Very well, we shall enter patrol in the plaza just past True View and await you there. Alright. Hopefully my voice acting is alright for this. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully they'll earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. think I've done this before, yeah. Okay, let's see who's on. Oh, there's a few people on. All the memories I used to have. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busies, these are when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to get me off the street outside in the morning or afternoon. The worst I ever got was what should have been the worst day of my life, if only I could remember it. So wearing regularly back then. It's also the day I first met Shell, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Are the sentries and ear wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a new regulator. Becoming endless is the only way, even when Queen Fiend said so. Well, I should probably say something different now, but... You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air wheeler dropped by out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Downfall wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant until it happened. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've registered my new regulator. I was literally becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. The 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind. Mark my words, friend, when there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Gem, a word, I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. The victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator. Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we normally think about. The supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the streets over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at that time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm this was a pattern or not. It was once my job delivered goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. Little ones who jumped for Joe when I brought them packages. The old lady who would always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to him. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone, then you must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured 87 individuals. Casualty 19 individuals. Casualties equipped regulators 0. Wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators. I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. Okay, let's see here. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, nothing else worthy of mention. Jem, I think it's time we rejoin Cryo and Sphene. I was half joking with my balls to Shell, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Cryo say to meet them in the plaza just outside of Trueview? Let's get going. Let's see. So essentially you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't running regulators. Well, the numbers are still tentative and all apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed the regulators was a priority target. Now that you mentioned, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a new regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become an endless, or they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices, but those who are no regulator at all have clearly rejected the old system using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. Chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are lower, I would imagine. So Calix has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims that stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. You could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. Make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. But dust found at various sites. Right, the sanitation worker stories. She saw no bodies but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust but no bodies. Now, where have I heard that before? You recall when we went to save Aaronville from the sentries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachite told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm that the substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Jam, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Damn it, our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. Oh, here we go.
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone!
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
Oh, there it
No
is.
weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly! Wayakwe!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape.
See.
Mother! Mother, please!
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Promise of tomorrow. Let's see. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. You see our other comrades back there. He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I am sorry, he must have fallen protecting the residents. Or Cromroy, do you think he may have been struck down? If he's wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please, it isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Millie's and watch over Isidore for me? Intend to your friend. I thank you, please be careful of yourself. Isidore's gonna be alright then I'm so glad. Just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me, I don't understand why any of this is happening. The sentry is behaving normally like any other, then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Wakiwi said word. Or Wayaki, I think. I'm sorry, by the time we arrived it was already too late. And Geode could be in trouble too once we have this radius locked down. We need to find him. But why has something happened? Possibly, we're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree, since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulars, if that already holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Oh, this reminds me of, the song reminds me a bit of, what was that? I think it was like the Arbiter. It's like one of the Realm Reborn dungeons. Or thanks, here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayaki has one too, so ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Geode said he would he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Sorry about that. Let's get going. Yeah, that's See no sign of Geo, perhaps you should search further to the east. See no sign of Geode. Wayaki's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode, answer me. There's no response, perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. See no sign of Geo, the neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there?
Okay, I said it right.
Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods. Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Oh, there's the dust.
That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether.
Oh, so that's how it works.
The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells. Shit.
Oh, there's another one. Eyes out of bullets. Or no, he's reloading.
Damn you! You can't be here! You need to run, now!
Oh. The trap.
A trap! Take care of the others, eh?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe?
Oh, there it is.
Geode!
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to Ether now? I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
You'd only seek other victims.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
See. This pile of dust, these ashes. The soul cell he left behind was at his twisted way returning Geo to us. Damn you, Calyx, damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say even death was justified if it meant 5,000 endless so it could continue their mortal lives. But for reflections, just only Ether allowed for many more endless. Why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. You could think that. Not. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is not noble in the sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to hit this madness as soon as possible. Under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Gem. If it falls to us, we will thwart his plans here in Alexandria, where he can terrorize citizens and reflections elsewhere. You should return to the back room. Shell and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wayakwi to meet us there as well.
our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy? Living our lives. What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode he was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shao knew him longer though, and he's surely taken it the hardest. That's on top of what happened with Kawika. Sorry. Do you think you could check on her, see how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face. It's me or my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. It should be better than this, I know. Is there anything I can do? You can help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Kawika used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use some of the blubber too if you the shoulders far. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. Fire truck on foot, so I've arranged for a couple bear wheelers. They've had their communicator modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Okay. Ready will be... Okay, let's go. These air wheelers are Janald's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Once there, be sure the ground is clear before you touch them. Phew, that's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Jem, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least, the memories from my regular days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. The way will be clear past today. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in, block the only path. I thought it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before in the surveillance. You clearly didn't do it justice. Well, hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa.
Kafkiwa, yeah. Just had to remember.
Will you raise a glass?
I will in spirit.
Oh!
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
I'm glad they're voice acting more this patch. I feel like the last two patches they didn't do as much. I mean, they did, but I've noticed there's a bit more voice acted cutscenes, which is nice. The music's a bit different too.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. And had recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents. Those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
Appreciate you helping me through this. Not only the grief, you helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized. which only fuels my determination. By spending every waking moment working to bring Alex to account for his crimes. Do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs ya. This time, I went back to looking at Calix's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. While asked Royal for help, I went to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance of Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Gem? Gem, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, so I cannot help as feels as though something is amiss. I would ask you to join me. Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you finish attending to Shell, of course. Seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Here. Jim, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from a worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. Some of you are familiar with the outskirts. I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. You speak with them and see what you think, though I hope to be proven wrong. I feel something's not right here. Okay. One thing I noticed about Dawntrail is the choice in music they use. It's very sometimes a bit eerie. Let's see here. Oh, please tell me you brought more new regulars. Officially, they've all been hunted out already. But I've heard rumors there were a few left. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen's Fane. Do not look at. But I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought. But now I know the truth. That's all I think about. There has to be a way to hold on. Okay. Greetings, I remember when you visited Queen's Fiend, come to check out on her well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. But knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for new regulars has reached a fervor pitch. Personally, was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on and have long since completed registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. Let me see. You're not wearing a regulator, don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me, I got myself one of those new regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems a total shot up right after those machines malfunction. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. Pray those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live. Okay, whatever you say, bud. Okay. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? The fear is palpable. Yeah, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent, along until it drives into full-blown panic. Gem, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm here, or already here, Flamity and Alpha Node. Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Okay.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx. There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuli-Yolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us?
Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tuli-Yolal will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it deserves allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklemat, please let them shelter until you'll... We'll welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the guards arrive. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowd. The mood is tense and we must prepare for possible violence. We have to determine where Calyx is hiding, though. We will be ready to move out at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. We can elude us forever. Violence and fear, this is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Law would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. What of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Clement. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria, that was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone lacked the strength to protect them. There was so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. That made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we would do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we will protect Alexandria. You're right, you're right. Don't forget about me. How could we? We'd not be where we are now without you. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We'd probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shao needs a hand? There you are. Uja. Splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alze and the others said you were here. Good news, Jen. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a reservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029 is called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. You don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We need to take the lift up to get to the complex. We've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Ready to head on up? Next stop, the 10th level.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in FFXIV, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Your treasure shield.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail, and I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. Explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the Director's office. Now, as far where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. The room we're in is the Researchers' Commons, located on the western side of the complex. Director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across the circular chamber in the middle, yes. Yes, we should, but fortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We will need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, I'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you know, work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of luck is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. In any case, I can't. You might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Pretty well, let's get into searching, shall we? Okay. I wonder how far I'm into the main story. I think I'm probably halfway by now. Expect we'll have the most luck looking around where the researchers kept their personal belongings. Okay. Small shelving unit holds some office supplies and a little else. Okay. Okay. Discover card-shaped object, electro service marked with bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. Okay. Hope so. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. It's open, you did it, Jim. A good thing too, I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by Director Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Let's continue onwards, the door to the Director's office across the central hub. Okay, maybe we need a different card. Yes, scanners demanding level 3. As much as delay chassis, you just have to come through the nearby rooms. Okay. Why don't we wait together? Okay. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galuja mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. The locked door is shut tight, but the number pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will work. You have yet to uncover any potential combinations. Perhaps we can... Okay. Okay. Today I began my employment preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the crewman letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this could be more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined idea of notions. I've only ever vaguely entertained that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. At a meeting with Director Demetrius today, I've heard others praise his genius intellect. Yeah, he seems guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's biting brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless reach critical levels, yet Queen's Phoenix assists continuing their ineffectual flaming. Our Malia colleagues, including the Proto Lab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. To report my concerns to the director. From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in Dawntrail lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. Okay. Please excuse my patience, my impatience. This means the means to track Calixes are close now. I'm itching to get my hands on them. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148, submitting inference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. 158, maximum value of 11,509 recorded. Okay. Oh, and one more. Produce result. Produce value. I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it'll make sense later on. No? Okay. Select the number keys on the pad to input a combination, enter up to 5 digits, and press the... Okay, so it's not that... Okay, so up to 5, though. Maybe... About 11,509. Let's try that. Oh, there we go. I got it. The locker pops open. Inside, you discover level 2 security card. Gem, you got the locker open, and you found another security card to open. Does that say level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Gem. These preservation members lead such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing the cards, I imagine they'd be more, what's the word, bloodless, mechanical. My parents were once part of preservation, if you recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calix and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. I almost forgot the researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards, the society that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You could tell how much they admired Calix and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you could read more in the other tablets there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Dawntrail lab and the maintenance facilities left to search, both for access via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked doors across the way, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. Yes, it opened. So where should we go first? The Dawntrail lab or facilities? And let's start with the lab. Shell, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look there, there's a sign above the card scanner, and in case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. Facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see what about getting the power restored to the Dawntrail lab, shall we? Or Detour lab, or Detour lab, yeah. Let's see. Toodle. The old Toodle. Engaging power level, no good, it's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, power supply has been interrupted for extended period of time. Then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shell, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Oh, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall directly to the Dawntrail lab, which means we need a way to connect the generators to that cable. What about these patterns of the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panels set into each of the tiles, you create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed, if we could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path gem? The rest of us can help by supplying gem with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. Okay. Must arrange the 4 tile patterns in the correct positions. Okay. Which pattern was that? Imagine this one. Circuit remains unchanged. The pattern you selected is the same as the one currently displayed. Okay. Okay. Generator doesn't seem to need any fancy settings as long as it's running and the circuit is fixed. Okay. Jim, take a look at this diagram. There's a note in the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. These symbols must represent the room we're in. That square in the top left is Shell's terminal. The bottom right should be the generator that Galuja is working on. It's hard to make out the rest. Assuming there are 4 tile patterns. The bottom right is a square and the top right is half a circle. Bottom right is a square. Wait. Conference. Half a circle. Okay, no, I think that's right. There we go. I've connected all the circuits and former comrades of the successful reconfiguration. It worked. You did it, Gem. The tour lab should be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shell, could we access a certain data log before moving on? Let's check in the storage shelves, and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation in the early days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation Alexandria Institute for Technological Development was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the storm surge. Calix's designs for new defensive solutions founded in large part by the Treasury. As conflict-ridden intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the storm surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his memories in a virtual domain. So this accounts from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. Met him only once. Before the storm surge began, I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age, required constant treatment for his debilitating illness, yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death, even though I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to the somber youth and his proposal for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and on other less urgent matters. So he had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from that fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Dawntrail lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once over just to be sure. Let's finally get into the lab. It's been a little while. Okay. Energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. Security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that sure wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Or I'll get this door open. You smooth as smoke. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, isn't that? Key to interdimensional fusion. Looks to be a schematic on the monitor. They've used it to make another key, but isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Gem has? Oh, we may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Billia relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness power across dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here, so what might that tell us? Crystal itself is the key. That would be a logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery, and preservation augmented it with Electro, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion, not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx contract the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist your stolar's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there is a security card here that grants access to the Director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons. That means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards that they left behind. Remember, anything less than level 3 is no good to us. Find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Oh, did you find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shell examine it to be sure. Well, if it isn't exactly what we need, a nice 4-gem. Well, level 3, that should get us into the Director's office. So what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shell? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. I traced data's routing and confirmed traffic from a web ever keeps security cameras. Considering that the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities, to monitor what you, as the keyholder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of these transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him, which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's routing all this surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Gem's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? Speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calix's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different. In too many ways, I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Oh. She got him. Or he got him. Or he got her, rather.
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Yep, of course. She only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against the personal data and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calix. Cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. Not surprised given how my parents described their defection with the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a port even as preservation's agents closed in on them. I dare not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by the pursuers. They do not regret their actions. Ride the echo, knowing you saw them as they were, yours giving great comfort. Cryo. Right not Sven, thanks to the haven of living memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents' preservation. What we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale beyond the key serves a fitting conclusion to the director's office. I think we're getting close to the dungeon now. Let's have a little bit more. Okay, now to find that data relay. Don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Jem, come with me. I must have need of that security card. Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. Office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Jem, could I ask you that and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Let's see. Having laid dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already started a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen but it will be able to do so once more. Find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Requires fast forward speed input simultaneously at terminals in the Pro Lab, the Dawntrail Lab, and the Director's office. Perhaps the discovery would be of interest to show. Collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the Director, they appear to be empty, okay? Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably Director's data tablet close to those locker stands next to the table. Door to the locker swings up. Oh. That's pretty interesting. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I'll pursue my own corporeal discussion. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. There be need for experiments, or otherwise it must be ready to support future operations of whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To the end, the facility equipment will be maintained stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against any authorized access. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation contained remains. Let's see. Legend researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory facilities of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Okay. Those 2 inept Manilia broke the preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx's physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of this object of a researcher existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine Death's disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Okay. Found something? Yep. Thank you. Misplaced note. What was it? With instructions for accessing a security room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect that access itself is concealed too. Concealed by electrope, you mean? How could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kawifka used to say, she'll never trust an electrope surface. Electrope isn't always what it appears to be. Of course, electrope is how you alter the look of all solution designs, floors, and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door. I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. Every 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the Pro Lab, then I'll take the Dawntrail Lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed speaking your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, right, if the passwords are hiding behind clues, it may be something I can help with. I can help too, I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I'll take Detro lab duty, then we can keep in touch via communicators to match your timing. Gem, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. We'll stand by to guide Wilclamont and cry out through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there, the one with the gems. I thought, since it was made of electric, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Yeah, you have located Director Demetrius' personal data tablet and locker space. Take another look. Yeah. Wait. Two jewels are embedded in this electrode plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red gem as a garnet. There are also a weird empty slot for another jewel to fill. Okay. There must be another gem or something. We'll see. Okay, so apparently I need another gem though. I don't know. Keep searching drawers with the books and found it. Oh! You got it. Let's see if I can move this bit, then connect this circuit. Okay. Oh, it's pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the castle kingdom after them. Here, you should hold this one just in case. The gemstones fit snugly into place almost immediately afterwards. A glowing line of diagram appears on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This might be related to the password you're looking for. Yes, I knew that gem would come in handy. Jewel would come in handy. Let's see. Heat the stones. This might be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief. I think for each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Fiend, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Yes, if you have any questions, you only need to ask. Symbolism of Alexandrite. While I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection, it is instantly also the origins of Alexandria's name. Are you thinking this has something to do with passwords? Saffron Garden as well, you say. Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty. And Garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminal and see if they're accepted. I really hope you're right. We're all set to go. Here, we'll come on a crowd just waiting on their passwords. Let's start with Lamont in the Proto Lab. What word should she enter? Okay, honest sapphire. Okay. Honesty and devotion. Okay, honesty, devotion, and protection. Yeah, they made the main quest have a bit more puzzles to them, didn't they? Wait, okay, so... That's the Proto Lab. Okay, honesty... Okay. Honesty. Devotion. Protection. Let's see if this works. Okay. There we go. Yes. Oh, I'm so glad that worked. Secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wukulman Crawl rejoin us. Right.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Side Electro somewhere.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphne's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing the security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait, and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, Then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories have become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
On our next move.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Yeah, well, that was an adventure. May not have been by the method Shell was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I remain curious about preservation's research into Key, that is investigation for another day. And let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. I think we're getting close to... So if I remember correctly, I think there's like a dungeon trial, and I think that's part of the main story. Yeah, I'm the best for Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. That infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us, we'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. But I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation. I mean to see this through with y'all, providing whatever support I can. Gem, we've briefed Aaronville on everything that has happened, sent words to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Alex has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. Though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset about being deprived of my movement, I never listed my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay was found. We found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelena and for the others Fina may have become. But most importantly for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. Things take a grim turn, I'll keep you safe. Joel you to that, but I will also protect you in turn, because that is what comrades do. I'll be coming with you as well, you know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you to battle. So adamant were Alize and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I'm more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing new regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be here on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient, trust in your friends. Jim Crown, I think that we should talk to Ghostin before we leave for living memory. Remember Calyx's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandrian society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge what we intend. Justification decide we shall be acting against wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly, we don't know if Ghostin will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, taking final words is the wrong thing to do. Come, should we be on the way to resolution first? Yes. Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Okay. Yeah, that one point when it goes like that sounds like Final Fantasy X. Wait, hold on. Wait, no. I think I screwed this up. Come on. Don't worry, we'll get back in. Okay, there we go. Shadowbringer's theme. Yes.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option.
And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating Endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us, for a start.
Oh, here we go. Let's see.
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss.
There you go.
We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
There you go. Good job.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sveen has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
There we go. Everyone was so warm welcoming. Alexandrians are ever a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Golston. That decision must have been difficult to make. Only could claim the courage to do so came from within. Final push came from Alexandrian citizens and the bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that new regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to most recent surveys, the number of new regulars in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. Surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or otherwise hesitant to register. Oh, that does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point delaying the inevitable until living memory.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
See here. Tis good to see our comrades hale and griddled for battle. As for us, we've been had to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note aside from within the Meso terminal itself. Why? What's happened to the Meso terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no ingress when last we were here, so we must assume The Calyx has since manipulated terminals like Electro, all to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. That's good to hear. Oops, my bad. Okay. Raha is hanging in there. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? Okay. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. It was so frightening. I was so frightened at first I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everyone I loved had gone to dust. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can. I'll do it afterwards. I don't want to mess up the stream here. Wait, let me see if I can. Nah, we'll just wait. Can I? Okay, no, this is fine. I can play wirelessly now. Beneath them, familiar surface much remained the same. For that I give thanks to Otis and Zelena and the Royal Knights who laid their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self who so loved this kingdom of ours. I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. Kind, gentle Queen's fame was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from consciousness, so she became a ruler that could protect Alexandria, devourer of worlds. We will rise to the challenge that the Endless Fiend could not. That we shall, her wish to see Alexandria endures when I am happy to go. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits a device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make the climate and destroy it once for all. We must bring matters to a definite end. We will not suffer him to cause Alexandria's further harm nor claim the key. The Queen trusted it to Gem for good reason, and besides, it would be a tragedy indeed to relinquish her relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Calyx thinks he's taking your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would so counsel caution, that to be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in our team's preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. Let's go. The lights of living memory no longer shine, and the message terminal at its center stands silent amidst the wistful echoes of lives once lived, monument to the existence of Alexandrian people as well as the resting place for the memories. So within this soaring spire that Calix maintains its stronghold. Self-proclaimed architect of mankind's evolution has invited you to confront him in the upper reaches of the terminal. Invitation, you must accept it lest his atrocities continue to escalate. Step into the structure's glowing interior. Okay, let's go. Alright. Neo Tokyo, well, fake live. I guess it's beyond living Paris at this point. Everyone's gear.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
My friend.
I've created new Endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle. The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Not your usual tank and spank, I see.
So, you've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose. Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight. These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, damn. Oh, he healed himself. Or no.
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on. Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom. Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Remember the immortal remains.
Rise and meet the foe before you. An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity. The bombs rain down without pause or mercy. The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Ooh. My bad. I think the trial's after this. I think that should be it.
Sphene?
Oops, my bad.
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Oops, my bad.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one!
Oh boy.
4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
I'll give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the... What's going on?
Stay here.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that?
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
You have much to answer for.
Assuming you win, the defeated ask no questions.
Let's go! I think after this trial, I think it's probably going to wrap up the main story here. By entrusting their memories of departed loved ones to the cloud, Alexandrians have long escaped the grief of their separation. being thus forced to confront the realities of mortal existence. What then filled their hearts was a dark and unreasoning tower. Harnessing this heightened fear of death for his own ends, a genius of an age gone by now channels people's desperate powers, prayers for succor, to a new primal incarnation of false the warrior of light to stand pledging in the face of fear made manifest and claim victory over this inexorable entity. Okay. Let's take him out. Hopefully it won't take too long to get a full party up.
See here. Okay, let me see if I can get a party up quicker. See if making a cross roll party will help. Maybe it might be better to do just, let me see if I can... Might be a while that I have to wait, but...
Oh, actually, I'm so glad.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
Alright, let's go. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Zodiac, a little bit.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you.
Good old Tank and Spank.
Drag them to their graves. There.
Oh, oops, my bad. Gotta be quick about that one. Oops, my bad.
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this. Kill them. Bothersome. Kill them.
Oh! My bad.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Oh boy. Oh shoot, no, I meant, my bad. Ooh, my bad.
I will reduce you to ether. You will die for me now. Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
Really?
The endless darkness engulfs you.
Oh shoot, how many of these are there? There we go.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them. Fight, if you must. There. You struggle in vain. Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
There we go. Let's see now.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
shielded.
I invited you to destroy it.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, let me try to. Yeah, I don't know why my internet disconnected in that moment. Hopefully, I can get back in real quick. Hopefully, it's not anything too hard. Maybe what I'll do too, because I don't know if my phone's also connected to the internet. I don't know if that affected it, but yeah. Sorry about that, guys. See if I can. Okay, let's connect it. That's okay. That happens. I just hope I can get back into that cutscene real quick. Maybe it'll put me back in the just like before I or after I beat the boss, but before I enter the cutscene. We'll see. Yeah, that kind of sucked that happened, but let's see. There we go. Okay, good.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
Ugh. It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. Let's sing. A weakness.
See what happens now.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Calyx. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind.
There we go.
I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast?
I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn.
There you
And
go.
in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
Oh. Let's see what happens now.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
There's us.
No, you don't!
So Clement.
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Nope.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry, and take care of that memory bank.
Hang in there, Wook.
Ultimate!
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them! Together!
There you go.
The others.
Let's go. There we go.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolol and into the care of a chirurgeon.
She is.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamity.
Let's see. She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Lamity will be fine now. I've been in touch with Falcona. He's made arrangements to convey her home. By which he means to come and fetch Lamati himself. Apparently, given the extent of her injuries and exertion, she'll likely spend many days in bed. Oh, Clement. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. Then once she had the barrier down, you saw that Calix's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calix dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we're meant to experience is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation to how Calix came to know that summoning ritual. For where there are primals, the Ascians are never far. We must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. Shall wait with our patient till Valkoen arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandra's needs in the meantime. Yep, we should get going. I'll contact Shell en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. The music's a bit more joyful here now, thankfully enough. Generally, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Sveen, Arnvel, and Shell has brought me up to speed. First off, just as we fear, those who adopted the new regulators appear to have been enthralled. However, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this is due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted to the care of the authorities. I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city's officials are understandably requesting explanation of events. Varha Cryo, would you be able to handle that? Certainly, we shall return to aid with the treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people you fought so very hard to save. May ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as allies. Okay. Mayhap I'll take you up on your suggestion. Only I am concerned that given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mahus? She works at the fields at Yuppie's Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you before our clash of Calix, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea. Thank you, Cryo. Yeah, there shouldn't be too much more left. I think we're getting close to the end. Probably just a little bit more left. Hopefully after this patch, there will be some new areas to explore aside from Solution 9. Not that it's a bad area, it's just be nice to maybe go to other areas again. Look who it is, good to see you again, Hale and Hardy. I'm sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How's everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The new regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time though. Pepone were one of them. I'm told the authorities were tending to him at a medical facility. Needn't worry, with proper treatment we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I sure am glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends if it can be helped. Also hear that the Queen's Fiend who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet, despite the danger to ourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is yours to decide. The broadcast was a message of hope from me to everyone. Now I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Pepone and the others. The outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Orxies. Knowledge will come in handy for treating 11 sickness as well. Wonderful, I shall petition Gosan to spread the word. Our outskirts tours cancelled, it would seem. By the way, Jem, Alpha Note told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamati back to Tuliolo. Alpha Note himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily. Between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I don't mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Guluja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom determined to personally solve every problem. Last you heard, he was pitching over at the Drift Downs with Aaronville. He asked Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in their general direction. Alright, hopefully getting to the end here, so I can get some sleep finally. Yeah, hopefully after this patch we'll kind of... I mean, I know for 7.4 we're probably still gonna be here for like the end of the, what is it, the end of the, not Pandemonium, the Orcadian, yeah, end of that, but hopefully the main story there will be other areas too that we'll explore. Oh, I know that voice, and happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Guluja, are you? He was here asking if we need help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment. Insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he'll heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. I think... Okay, no, not quite 4 hours yet, but almost, yeah. This is probably how long the main story is. Okay.
Oh, welcome back!
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolve to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see. My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Kululcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now, like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keep everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. But I think we've passed a milestone here. About the back room, if you haven't already, I expect Shell and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Okay, I think that's going to be close to the end. I don't think... yeah. I'm so glad. I hope this is like the last... I mean, I know we still have the end of the Arcadian raids, but I just hope we kind of start shifting away from this place, because it's alright, but like I enjoyed the ending, well, I don't know if it's the ending with Calyx exactly, but at least kind of the wrap-up, hopefully, kind of like the... kind of helping the Alexandrians, I guess. I mean, aside from the Arcadian, yeah. Gem, oh, thank the stars are safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. Okay. Promise tomorrow. Okay, I think that's the last one, maybe. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a year's long struggle. Oblivion for myself. Kawifka and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purposes somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Ah, the preservation facility. That lab where they study the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how these experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I feel that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There's still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it's prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shell's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Rahat to answer their broad questions alone. I shall return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria in the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like to say the word, and I'll help you settle in. Okay? Let's see if there's another cutscene before the end of the main story. I hope so. I hope it's not just a cliffhanger. Ready for... yeah, why not? Several weeks later. Ah, things look better here. Sort of-ish. Reminds me of a scene from Kingdom Hearts a wee bit.
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the Kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Alright, let's see if there's any more cutscenes of Calyx.
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go,
just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
There we go.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sphene from another time.
Yes, be safe!
We'll see you soon.
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
All right. I think, well, yeah, I think that's kind of wrap up. Reminds me a bit of the wrap up for Shadowbringers a little bit. Back in the Southwest, it seems like.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives. The Taral which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient.
Oh, there they are. There's the natives.
The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials.
Well, more than one, of course. Count Emerald.
But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
It's heavy box. Heavy crate, rather. The sheriff. Oh, then there's the entrance to Tuliolol.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the vow of reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Yep, I had a feeling. See if he's with any other ass. Oh, no. He's not here. At least I don't see him yet. Let's see.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree. Especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that. Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Archie!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worry wart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
All right. Scroll. Zernville. There's Fiend.
All right, everyone. Begin.
There you go. It is.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light?
Okay. Don't worry, we'll get there. Okay. I don't know if it's because if it's my internet or if it's with something with the servers, but either way, let's see if I can. But we're almost done. We're almost done. Okay. Okay, hopefully I can... Okay, hopefully it doesn't skip all the cutscenes. Okay, good.
Well,
Okay.
I can.
No, I'll skip this part because we've already listened to what they were saying.
Life.
Right.
Yeah, I hope
The
it's I hope it's more so the server than my internet, but I don't know. Yeah, at least it only happened twice though in a series of 4 hours of us streaming, so.
Once thing. There are. Yes, I can do that.
Not to.
should you?
Mablu.
I'm
sorry. I feel so.
You've made.
I'll be careful.
Very well.
There's ours. Hopefully it doesn't crash this time.
all right.
Let's see.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light.
Afterwards, I'll make sure all the Ethernet cords are
Or was
also
it a gift? The
connected tightly.
terminal's parting miracle. But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
There you go.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
There you go. Remembering.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now. In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now.
There you go.
What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
I'm actually fine with
For
this.
centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrian. I will not let them go unanswered.
The only reason why I'm laughing is that JMall's YouTuber, like, he always posts Sphene in every thumbnail, and he would say that he wanted Sphene to be a scion, but I'm fine with her being a ruler, kind of like Lys, or kind of like Emmerich and things like that, and of course, Ultlamont and Galuja.
I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Same.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for your kind encouragement, Gem. Kumon is right, ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. Toyola will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one, no sneaking out under Kona's nose like this time. Battles resolve and reason will both come, and we will discuss features together. I'll look forward to it. Shall I begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens will restore memories. I would be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end of my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Wukulmat back to Toyola. What are your plans, Gem? Didn't you have other matters yet to attend in Alexandria? Oh, you need to stop up by the palace first. Kona's been waiting to thank you properly. For everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. Thank goodness. Getting out of it. Solution 9 for a wee bit. Yeah, but it's nice that Sphene, seems like Sphene's story is kind of wrapping up. It doesn't seem like she's going to be a scion, but she's going to be a ruler like Lys and whatnot. Perfectly fine with that. I know JMalls is probably screaming right now, but that's his problem. I'm perfectly fine with that. Good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying until you'll a while. We believe in you, Galuja, and whatever you need, advice your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our vow is always out of sorts. Can you blame me, Lamati? You were supposed to become listening in bed. So you would study the way of the blade, Galuja. Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition: you practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. Won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and your grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. Good. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. Truly is, with that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there once you to Alexandria. I won't pretend that I fully understand the working of the key reflections, and I know one couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the Endless Fiend. Thank you, Gem, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again, Tuliol. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I'll embark on an extended journey. While I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are, I'm hoping to complete a comprehensive history of Tuliol. However, the tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Gem, even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. It's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the Kingdom of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority passed me. Until that day comes, I'll study and try and do the best I can. You've really come far, Galuja, and you'll keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. Guess you have to go now, so be safe, enjoy your travels, we'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Alright. Okay. We're almost done with this area, Solution 9. At least hopefully for the main story we are, because we've been here so many times. Okay. Gem, you're here. We were just discussing what it is to be done after a coronation ceremony. Our hero for Isolate Kingdom when showing spears on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is or was a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions where the silence provide an explanation for its rival on the source. Rest assured, Sphene, Atheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphina's report on fantastical events. Once again, I'm in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who participate in the memory restoration have expressed a desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than express their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for general remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host a service on the highest level we'll ever keep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. Invite our friends from Tuliola, won't ya? Yes, of course, I know of Zeralja only by name, but what they will wish to mourn their kin, should be sure to ask them. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, it's a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture memories perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us. You fulfill this promise of tomorrow. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigation, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. You recall my first tour of the city after I woke. It was also strange and frightening, but I've grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Sounds good. Don't mind that. Some few of us will stay here a while. As it happens, we've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as an honored guest for as long as you like. You are and will always be my cherished comrades. Okay, that's fine. Hopefully we get another brief cutscene with Calyx before this is over, just to see what happened to him. I hope so. Let's see. Usually after every like major 0.3 expansion, there's usually like a cutscene to tell what happens next. Let's see. There he is. He's sweating.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. I think that's an Ascian.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes,
the agents.
Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
So, Calyx is not an Ascian, but he was working with one. Or, well, with one of the agents, yeah. I like to use agents too, other than Ascians. Because, you know, we're an agent ourselves. None shall know, attorney, what waits for those who hold the key. I'm so glad the agents are coming back. That makes me happy. All Asians are ancients, but not all ancients are Asians. Yeah, no, I prefer saying agents, yeah. I'm so glad we're free. We don't have to worry about that anymore. Yeah, but it's gonna be interesting, what comes ahead. Yeah, so, I'm trying to think. I think in... some sleep here soon. Just thinking. So we might actually get one more big main trial before the end of the expansion, because we got Voidcast DS, and that was an Endwalker. So we might get one more huge fight, maybe with an Asian or Agent. And that'd be cool. And then probably when I do stream again, I don't know if it'll be later on today or tomorrow or some other time, but I'll see if I can stream the 24-man raid. That should be fun. But yeah, we're done. We finished the main story 7.3. Honestly, wasn't that bad. It honestly is probably, out of 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and maybe even 7.0, this was like my favorites ending of all of Endwalker, I would say, so far. Yeah, like I think they did a really good job, for sure. But, alright guys, I will be heading off for now, and hope you guys take care. Bye for now.